boy. So, I was thinking about this a little bit earlier when my neighbor's stupid fucking dog was waking me up in the morning. And I think this is basically right. What it really needs is, I think it needs another clause. It needs to say like, and world position is less than because it needs to check that it's not below the pivot point. Or maybe it's the other way around. But how do we get that? I have so many ways of getting different values on the sprite, but I'm not sure any of them are quite correct here. But okay, so again, here we are checking if the player position is less than the world position that we're checking, which means we are below a wall. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to draw the character instead of the wall when we are below the wall. And what's happening is that it's overwriting my feet. So we need to exclude the feet from this calculation, and that means that we have to I don't know. I'm not sure that's going to be quite right. Because if I do that, it might make the feet pop out if we walk behind a whole building as well. That's what I'm a bit worried about, but what if we do this world position greater than this make any sense? I don't think so, but try it just to see what happens, I guess. The feet are still fucked. They feel more consistently fucked now. Maybe we can just use the ID. If id.y is greater than pivot offset.y. The feet are gone. Let's flip that. I'm not so sure this will work, because now we don't have a player at all. Yeah. Well, could we do something like this, maybe? If I don't make any... If I don't make any progress on this today, we're gonna make some buttons and stuff instead, just so we get something done. And now that doesn't work. And render state does not equal 0. How about that? For fuck's sake! We're gonna have to somehow write this out in a way that feels like it makes more sense. The morning OCAB. Morning, Roberto. How's it going? Alright, so what we're doing is if current checked Z Z layer tile is greater than now if current checked Z layer tile normalized to Z0 is greater than players tile position normalized to Z0. No, the magical spooky ghost drill that lives in every apartment building, it never goes away. I think my neighbor's dog has scared it away though, but it's not an improvement. The problem is that I wish it barked more. I wish it barked more, because then I could actually call someone and get something done. But it's at that like twilight zone where it just barks all the time, but it's still not enough for like anyone to come by and check and notice it, because it's like still too sporadic. But it's still like every single hour there's barking, almost. Nothing is ever good in the middle. Like things should always be in extremes. Extremism for the win. No, the problem is that it's not trained at all. That's the real problem. Weather is pretty okay in the mid, that's fair enough. Though, it would be a lot cooler if it was like always extremely hot or extremely cold, because then it would be like a survival game and you'd have to do something about it. In the middle, it's just kind of like... See, that's the problem with the middle. It's like, it just doesn't do anything. And you don't have to do anything about it, and everything just becomes super lame. Yeah, it can. I'm like this close on my other project to be able to start messing with that kind of stuff. Or at least it feels like it, but I don't think I'm really that close. Like, I like oil generation, and I also want temperature, but the problem is How much of that can I actually like fit into the game? Without it running at 2 FPS. And here, if I can just beat this line, then we're like this close to doing gameplay mechanics. But this is absolutely wrecking me. Yeah, it's usually just like there's lava here, you're dying or whatever. Pretty much. Yeah, but No Man's Sky does it exactly that way too. Though there it's rather... you need to go around like looking for batteries constantly. It's actually really bad in No Man's Sky in my opinion. Because all it does is you're just like constantly looking for batteries. And you're just constantly crafting batteries. Because otherwise you just die from heat or something. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the hazard is. If it's heat or acid or gas or whatever. It's literally just, if you don't have battery, you die. That's the mechanic in No Man's Sky. Only in the first moments. But I mean, later on, you still need to, like, craft batteries forever. Like, that's what I mean. The only thing it affects is that it drains your batteries, really. Otherwise, the temperature or the environments have nothing, have no effect. Like, that's all it does. And they all do the same thing too. You die. That's it. Yeah, I mean you can upgrade so you use less batteries. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. That's the problem with like future stuff. And it's why I kind of don't really like sci-fi that much. At least not for this kind of survival game. Like guns in the first place are just super lame. Like if you're using bows or if you're using swords, etc., it's a lot easier to make some kind of like Diablo 3 style system where you have like a couple of buttons that do like skills and whatever, and have it be a little bit more like not realistic, right? But the second you go into the future, every single weapon is a gun. It's like melee makes no fucking sense for the most part. And for guns, it just doesn't make any sense to do like anything. It's like you're gonna shoot like it doesn't make sense to shoot like 3 arrows, but it makes more sense than shooting like 3 bullets, like in a cone or something. Right? Yeah, but you know, I think melee weapons always have a place as like a sidearm, but the further into the future you go, the more power you can pack into a smaller container. So like you can literally just have a pistol that's like stronger than a cannon, right? So it's like, you know, and it's the same thing with like those temperature things. Like you literally just put on an enviro suit that just filters out gases. And then like you just ignored that whole mechanic, right? More or less. It's so much harder than in a low-tech setting. So you kind of just have to make it be about something else, really, because like those problems are like already solved. Hello, Mordenstein. How's it going? And that's why for survival games I do prefer a low-tech setting, even though I would like to have planetary travel and stuff like that, but I just don't think it makes any real sense for the most part. And it makes even less sense in a game where it's like, am I gonna... We've talked about No Man's Sky before, but No Man's Sky sucks. That's what that's how it is. Robert loves it though. But like, if you start out with like a Minecraft style thing, where you're just mining iron and steel and whatever, and then you want to implement like space travel and stuff, like what are you gonna do? You're literally just gonna make one person able to just craft a spaceship from like having a pickaxe. Like I don't know. It's a little bit far, right? Like at that point you kind of have to make it be space themed, and you have like, you know, something like Satisfactory or something. Empyrean? I don't know what that is. Is that a game? Oh, that right. I don't know why I have it on my ignore list. There was a new game that came out like yesterday that I bought called Star's End, but it looks really shit. Like I played it a little bit and it looks terrible. There wasn't single player, so I really don't know what that's like. But I logged in on one of the big servers, and it was just like, it's empty everywhere, there's nothing except for other people's like random buildings that are just like standing around. But I don't know, maybe there's something in it. But it looked really low quality overall. Which kind of explains why they're selling it for $10 on release, I guess. But I could be wrong, I only looked at it a little bit. The voice acting was super cringe. It was like people talking like this into the microphone. It's not great. But see, just huge empty spaces. That's like one of the biggest issues with games like this, where you have procedural stuff. Just empty nonsense. Even if you can like mine and like interact with the rocks and trees and whatever. If that's all there is, then it's empty. Like that counts as empty. And that's why No Man's Sky sucks. Like, to be perfectly honest. Because nothing matters. Like it's just empty. Like there's nothing on any world that makes any difference or matters to find or anything. Like not really. You can find like a space station and it has some credits, maybe. I don't know. But my biggest issue, like honestly my number one issue with No Man's Sky, and it has a lot of issues, like the way upgrading your inventory system works, the way learning the languages works, like that all sucks. But my biggest issue is that you can find like super resources. Like you can find uranium, for example. If you find uranium, you have infinite batteries forever. You don't have to care about anything anymore. And you can find like uranium super deposits. And if you find one, all you need to do is build a base there and you can teleport there and it respawns in the same place. So you have, like you literally cannot run out of uranium after that. And that one single fact that it respawns like that ruins the entire game. Because now nothing matters anymore. Like, okay, why go look for this resource? It just respawns here infinitely, so why would I do anything now? Horses and spaceships. I mean, I don't really remember Firefly exactly, but any world would have, you know, its own local culture, right? And if you go to a world where there is no space travel, then that's what would be there, right? But that's also an issue when you want to have like civilizations or anything like that. You pretty much just have to make everything match like the current tech everywhere, because otherwise what are you gonna do? Like you have to make like generation for societies that have like horses, that have cars, that have something like in between everything. Like it's a nightmare. that's why I think if you want to make a game like that, you have to start small. I think, like, if they keep working on No Man's Sky for like 10 years more, then maybe they could do something with it. But I don't think they're competent enough, seeing what they're doing already. They could, like, maybe make it a really cool game, because it's literally impossible to make a procedural, like, survival exploration game where you have, like, civilizations, cities, and stuff like that, unless you start, like, literally just make Minecraft and then figure out how to implement some, like, basic towns, right? And then figure out how to make, like, generate villages or something that has something generated inside, like you can have things that happen or whatever, you know. And that's, like, the whole goal. And then once you have a game that functions, and, like, this is the whole game, it works, it counts as a game, and it's not just Minecraft villagers that are just standing around moaning, and it's not just Starbound where you just go in and they have, like, procedural quests that's like, give me 5 cactuses and then you get 3 gold forever. You know, it has to be a little bit more than that. You have to generate at least some things happening that like makes something matter, right? And once you have that, you can keep expanding on it, right? And you can like, if you want space travel, you can add that. And then you can start developing, like, different types of societies with different technology, etc. And then you can add that in, and you have a game where you have all of this stuff. The problem is that it might start being like 100 gigabytes, but that's fine. I mean, Call of Duty is like 200 gigabytes, so who gives a shit? As long as it's worthwhile. Like, unironically, if you could make a game like that where you can generate cities and like planets like that where it feels like it makes some sense, like you have Valheim minimum plus some cities or whatever, or towns, and then you figure out how to, like, generate planets and stuff and space travel. Who cares if the game is 100 gigs? Like, maybe the game is like 10 gigabytes, but your saves end up being like 30. Like, you generate one world file, then it's like 30 gigabytes. Is that a big deal? I don't really think so. It's just like, that's just how it's gonna be if you end up generating a bunch of different worlds. Starfield is not gonna bring anything because it's a Bethesda game. Wait, No Man's Sky did it and be a super tiny file size? Yeah. All I want is Skyrim, Fallout 4 in space, and I'm happy. Yeah, but I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with Skyrim. But anyway. How do I fix this line? That's the real question. That is the real question. Now, Okay, so what's happening is that we're checking if, and this is for the character, we're checking it for the character, and we're checking if the wall is above us. And if the wall is above us, then we draw the character. And the problem then is that when we are below us, that means that it counts as being that the wall should be drawn. So this line here, this is correct, really. But it also needs to be or can we do something like this, or this equals it equals that. And id.y is less than pivot offset. Can that work? Fuck you! Piece of shit! And see, this is exactly what I was afraid of. Now if I walk behind, now the feet just show up anyway. So it's not good enough. But the kind of annoying part here is that all of this has to be here too. That doesn't fix anything. I'm thinking of changing it to... Because right now I'm trying to check the normalized Z, which is the 0 Z, against, like, if I have a wall here, for every tile in height, the wall grows, right? So here we've got Z0, 1, 2, 3. But for every Z it goes up. That means, like, it's also going up visually, and that means it's going up in the y-axis as well. So what you have to do is you have to subtract the Z value from the y value when you are, like, checking calculations for, like, which tile you're looking at and stuff like that. Because otherwise the world becomes like a stairway. And what I'm doing is I'm basically checking if the player is standing here, then we can't know, like, is this player standing here on the ground, or is it, like, standing in the air somewhere? So to check like whether I'm standing behind this wall or in front of this wall, we have to subtract the Z value from the wall entirely, and we have to subtract my full Z value from the player. That way we can then compare the Y values to see which one is higher or lower. Morning, Charles. How's it going? And what I'm doing right now is that I'm checking the floored or the grounded Y position of the wall compared to the player's position, also grounded. And if we are below the wall, then we draw. But because the pivot point is like 24 pixels up or 18 pixels up into the sprite, that means that the feet count as being below. And that means that the ground tiles that are below us count as being above us, and that's why they get drawn on top. And that's what I'm trying to fix. And I'm kind of wondering if instead of any of this, maybe I should be checking the Z entirely. Let's just nuke this. And then we say if Z is greater than on object tile position, and then we do only that. Taking my Asia porn feed, understandable. Understandable. Now that's entirely gone. Let's go in and we flip this again. There. Fuck's sake. Yeah. Now my feet are gone. Again? I don't know how they keep disappearing. And then if we do this now, it still has that same issue. This was what we were trying to solve in the first place, that it does this. There. So now we're back where we started. I think it was probably literally like that. Yeah, this is literally the way it was when we started. So I'm just back where I started. Nice. Great. Uh, but what if... we add one of these things here? I'm not really sure. Oh, my feet are dead again. For fuck's sake. Track 10, that's a good name. Oh, I have an idea. If we go back up here to on object Z. So what is this? This is on object tile position. I kind of want something called on object world dead. And that should be see, we already have object tile position here. That's input underscore world position. And I think we're going to use that. Equals input underscore world position plus on object tile position. So we've got object tile position, that's the world position floored. So what I really want is point tile position. Maybe that's what we want. Point tile position. Dot y minus point tile position dot z plus point tile position no, it has to be this. That's a mouthful. So where were we? We were... here. Think I'm missing something there though. That sure doesn't work. Damn it. Something like this should work, in my opinion. Now we're getting this bullshit. Sense. Can't do that. Yeah. This part is so weird. But hello, Programmer 89 and a half. How's it going? Uh, can I do something like... I'm terrible because I haven't solved this for like 4 days. Hold on. We need to know if the current tile with the tiles Z subtracted is greater than the player's position and if it's greater than, then we draw. But man, that's what I was doing, wasn't it? Player position minus player Z is greater than world position divided by tile size minus Z. It's the fucking problem, dude. Because then no, that makes us I might have to do something like this. Because I think what we were doing was actually correct. So if we go back to this, what actually happens now then? We can go behind there. It does behave strangely here, and I'm a bit scared of that, but I think that's because it draws the tile there. So, and if I draw a wall here, now this does exactly what it's supposed to. So, what if we try doing something like this, and we say, and parentheses shit. What do we have access to? What are we sending? Tile state. Init level stencil. What is a level stencil? Then here we can set tile type. So level stencil sample. Do we have a sample here? Height map sample. Tile state. There's a tile state sample here. Is this the right sample then? Tile state. And it's tile state, yeah. There's no loop internally here. No. So if tile state dot r equals 4 or tile state dot r equals 5. That make any sense? But I'm not there. So what I'm trying to do now is we're checking if the current checked tile normalized to the ground so that we're checking the bottommost possible tile in the Y because we've subtracted the Z from it. If that is greater than player position Y, also normalized to be against the ground. If that Y if the wall is greater than the Y of the player, then we draw the player, because that's in front of the wall. But then here I'm trying to check for tile state. And the problem is that when we walk up into the wall, that means that we are now no longer less than in position. And then we disappear, and that's how it should be. But our feet are less, like, that's lower, right? Because the pivot point is not in the bottom left, it's kind of centered between the feet. So whatever is below that point will always return false here, because that is lower than the wall, or that would be higher than the ground tile. So what I was trying to do was If... I was trying to just make a check for, like, am I standing on ground? Or is this a wall? I think if I do an ore check here, this will probably work. But I don't know if it'll work. Now I have my feet there. But now we can no longer hide properly. I mean, we are hiding there, but for some reason, when we get here... This is gonna be... 1 and 2, I think. Because I think 1 is ground and 2 is lore. The things that we don't want the feet to pierce. See, now we can walk behind here. We can walk around and it's fine. We're still going behind there. And what if I make... Now, this will be a little bit... It doesn't work here, but that's because I haven't set it to be a wall. So now I can go through there. Why did we get a crash? What? Okay. I guess. You know, that was... I just fixed it, and then it crashes, and I don't know why it crashed. I think it just kind of does that. Because of the threading. Kind of weird. So now when I place a wall and then walk inside, it crashes? I might have an idea. I might have an idea what might be causing this. Or maybe not. Okay, I don't know what's causing this. The second this gets set to a floor, it crashes. But it might be fixable. Let's see. As a wall, that's 4. So there's gonna be... If rooms.count is greater than room ID and room ID does not equal 255, then Z equals rooms, room ID, tile matrix, current index, blah blah blah, tile type equals 6. That. Current buildings, current building. If we've already checked current building against buildings there, but then here we check temp tile dot building number is less than buildings dot count. Building, current building, buildings temp tile dot building number. That one was unchecked. This doesn't have an else, so yeah, let's just add it to over here. If temp tile room ID does not equal current room, if temp tile dot room ID is greater than or is less than rooms dot count. Alright, let's try now then. Alright, so now it seems to work. And that means one thing, I believe. Means we can go to my to-do list and we can take transparency is broken. Draws object above transparency. We take these two motherfuckers and toss them to the side. Then we have 3 more to-dos. Add multiple controlled objects to check for building transparency. That one probably will suck ass. Add buttons for setting selected tiles, building / floor / room number. Collision overshoots and goes into walls. These are all pretty simple, but I see that it's time for a break. So let's do that, and then we'll try to address at least one of these. Adding these buttons would be simple, it just takes a lot of time. But I wanna address the collision first. So we'll do collision and then we do buttons. If we can get this down to 1 to do, this will still feel like a week that wasn't wasted, because this week did suck ass really hard. Oof. Oh my god. Fucking hate shaders. Anyway, I'm gonna go on that little walk, and yeah, I'll be back. Ooh, that was a short break, so let's do something else. Sands of Salazar. It's gonna take like all time we have left to install that. But did they patch this yet? Because they were going to patch in single player. The Unity game. Solo still not here. But I think one of the reasons this game is probably not gonna be very interesting is because it's all meant to be like there's gonna be other players and there's like PvP if you play on a PvP server and blah blah blah. I fucking hate PvP games. Especially in these kinds of scenarios, because it just turns into griefing. Like there's no real PvP. It's just griefing. Yeah. I'll load the final one. Don't want more tips, please. Just load it. There we go. So I just went into this place and I stole everything this guy had. Protection failing. This is what happens when there are multiple people. Like this is why multiplayer games are fucking trash. Like everything just doesn't work. So what do I even do in this game? Pickaxe. Scrap cloth, scrap metal. How the hell am I supposed to have found that? Cloth is made from plant fiber. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Can be mined from metal junk. Where'd it go? Or maybe I ran past it. Wasn't there some rocks here? Oh, a random bear. Yeah, this feels natural. Leave me alone, you piece of shit. And this is why player housing, just free building, has never been an idea that would ever work in any game ever. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's just like, you just get a world just strewn with dog shit stuff. I don't even get it. I don't even get what's a player house here. Like, I don't know. It, I think I might refund this game, to be honest. It seems a little too pointless. I don't really get it. There's a robot. Is that robot evil? A robot? Station dweller. Where can I get a vehicle? There's abandoned transports all over creation. You're now an outlaw. There. Killed some people. Now we can log out. Menu green beret. Berry. Yeah, no. This is definitely a refund. And we can't try Mortal Online because it requires a sub now. I think I got all these through Humble Bundle. Almost never played any single Humble Bundle game. We're still on World and Birds. This game also feels too much like the entire game is a tutorial. I hate that. Like every single new thing that you unlock, there's like 4 pages of tutorial. Would you like to activate the tutorial? No. Nice. It looks the same though. This is a little bit different now. Turkey. What do you mean no? Talk to me. What do you mean no? In a way, I kind of preferred Stardew's approach, where they have copper and stuff only in the mine. Because I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me to just have it on your guard. Just respawns. Doesn't really feel like a mechanic. But I think this game is still early access, I'm not sure. I think so. So it's fine. For now. These are work in progress areas, I assume. I kind of think it's too much in Stardew as well. It kind of changes from just being a game where you're like taking care of a farm to a game where you have to like explore the entire thing like it's fucking Zelda. And then the farm is just like this tedious, annoying thing that you kind of have to take care of in the meantime. It like ceases to be about the farm. This happened. Got some real camera issues. Well, that's what they've added. A couple of areas, I guess. I don't really know if it matters. Go in. No, go in. Go in. Go inside. Inside. Go in. No! Is there a candle there? Dude, what are the controls? I played this with gamepad. Eh. Oh yeah, I don't have... You don't have any food. And they know that you don't have any food, I think. Because you don't have a menu. Yeah, we have one apple. And you start with 0 money. Man, I don't know how to get started now. Like, I have wood. Bucket with water. I don't have a bucket. This is a little bit silly, right? Like, I don't remember it being this hard. We don't have kegs, we don't have anything. I literally only have some wood. We don't have a cellar. I don't have anything there. Too early to light that. This is unplayable, dish. All I have is a broom. And an apple. First customer. Serve 6 customers. Serve them what? Oh. Recipe book. Crafted in sawmill. Crafted in oven. What's the idea? What's... What the fuck? Alright. Okay. So it didn't work because the table was not placed correctly. That's why. Okay, so we can always serve them gruel. Okay. Okay. Collision overshoots into walls. Let's get back to that. What is going on here, though? Catch. Debug 5. Oh, so it is broken here, too? It doesn't seem angry there. Nothing now. Why can't I click door? Oh, come on, what's going on now, dude? Hello, CC. What? I just solved one of my most annoying things, and now I'm just doing some minor cleanup before I start dealing with the other annoying thing. Door button. Oh. Kind of see what's going on here. Here we have a bunch of buttons. I already made the stuff that I need. I mean, that's kind of nice, I guess. Oof. Yeah, it is. Still can't click my door, though. Lower number button. There. Now where I can click it. And that's not throwing a bunch of errors. Right. So that seems to work. Started to work on my voxel engine too. It's also coming along, but it's also just trouble. So, what's I gonna check? We've got something here somewhere. LOT object database. LOT game object. Object script. Which one is it? This one. Let's see if I play it now. And we zoom in, we can see that I can move a pixel here. If we find the object, we can see that the X moves. But what about the internal position? If you pay attention, you can see that it's actually still on 4.32. And it never seems to go up to 4.33. So I think it might work. It's just transposition round the vector. Yeah, this needs to be floor, I think. But if you look, it's still a little bit strange. Because I think it's still internally. Let's see. Here. Internal position times 100. This needs to be mat F of floor. That doesn't work. What about now? Ooh. Still buggy. Because, like, you can see how it's still standing in the same spot. But when I press right, it's like the side there, like, kind of comes in. And, like, that has to do with the internal position. But I don't ever see a 3 there, so I think it's safe to say that it doesn't get... But it's still weird. Oh, I see why. This needs to be like that. Let's save it. Yeah. Now it's right, but now the camera moves. Why does the camera move? That's because the camera is doing the same thing, I believe. Here we've got pixel perfect position, that should be floor. Ooh, and what about in here? Do we have another round? Yep. Or... And now it doesn't overshoot. $52, $52, $52. Because yeah, what I'm doing is I have an unfloored internal position, so it's like we're standing at 4.94644 instead of just 4.94, right? And that's just to have a little bit more precision or accuracy, I think. Though I don't know if it's a good idea or not. It might be a bad idea. When you're walking, because if I floor my position every single frame, then that works kind of strangely with the delta timing, because I'm delta timing how fast we're moving, right? So if the frame rate is a little bit lower, then we might be moving like 4 pixels a frame. But it might be like we're moving 1.5 pixels per frame. And that means that every other frame it'll move 2 pixels. And the next it'll move 1 pixel. And that's just how fast it goes, right? And if I floor the internal position every frame, if it's running at a speed where you're walking like that, then you'll walk at different average speeds on different resolution or different frame rates. It's better to have an unmolested internal position, and then you kind of just hook the logic and the... Oh, come on! Come on! Why? I'm gonna cry. But I know kind of where this comes from, but I also don't really know why it's happening. Because the last thing I changed now was... was in here. We were changing these things to make sure that we don't go into an array where we're out of index. But I think I might have gone too far. To see here. This issue only arises down here, I believe. So if we add this here instead, if rooms.count is... Because here we're accessing rooms there and rooms there. Rooms there. So if we just put that there, and we try again. Oh! Now we get another error. But if we solved this one, but now we made another one? Okay. I think it's gonna be the same thing here. Oh no, this is the wrong way. No, this one is the wrong way. Buildings.count. No. This one is the wrong way. But the buildings.count needs to be larger. And there's gonna be, fuck's sake, there's gonna be tons of these, I imagine. Once I start making a level, there's gonna be like 100 million issues that pop up, unfortunately, most likely. Headache. But the issue is when we walk behind the building, and that means if player indoors, if current building is less than buildings count, if temp tile room ID does not equal current room ID, and player behind object and player not indoors. This is where the issue should be. This is what should be happening, this one. Rooms.count is less than room ID. Yeah? What's the problem? See, now that works. And that works. But there's a chance of it breaking now. Like if I do this, I just draw that. Doesn't that have a chance of it breaking? Okay, so that's fine. Oh, I was doing it again. Rooms.count should be greater than room ID. That was why it was broken. Think. Now that works. That works. Don't see any issues. Draw that shit. Works the way it should. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Alright. My feet hurt. I don't want my feet to hurt. What is going on here? So, what was I planning on putting there? Sprites, level editor, buttons. To set label, okay. Tile object selector. Tile layer label. This was to set label. The next one is room ID. Room ID label. The next one is floor number label. But that's not enough. Tile layer. No. That's not the one we want. We want building. There's one called building. Building number layer. Floor number button. And what was the idea? Buttons. It was like a dot thing. I think they all went. Level editor. Been a while, so I don't remember. Input box 9 slice. Yeah, that's something that we need here. So we can set that as 9 slice. That should slice like that, I think. And what else? Context bar. There it is. Editor dot selection button. This is multiple. Then that's what these should look like. Whoops. Dot selection button there. Just realized one thing that might be annoying, but that's for the future. But like right now, I made all the roofs be flat. They just look like they have area. And that might be an issue for the shadow casting, but that's an issue we'll deal with then. It might not be as well. It might not matter that much. It does, but still probably gonna be annoying. But it'll be fine. I don't want to do this. I don't want to set up these buttons. Oh. Ooh. It's been really shitty after Christmas, because I went back to eating normally. Like I've been eating pure carnivore for 3 months, and I went back to eating normally over Christmas. And I bought like a chocolate cake and candy and stuff, and ate nuts, drank alcohol, and now it's gonna be like a month to get back to normal, and it's terrible. Keto flu sucks so hard. A house in the shape of your name? Why would that be funny? Ooh. Oh, my feet. Oh, wasn't it enough that you ate during night? Oh. Oh. Yeah, and then you go back in and you go through that initial period again. Oh. So bad. And it doesn't help that my neighbor keep waking me up. It would be like pissing your name into the snow. It's true. That is true. That's also fixed. It actually sucks a lot. um... So what this needs to do is these buttons need to represent a flag. And then when you press the set button, there's gonna be one. This button isn't supposed to be a button like this, I think. He needs to, or that needs to be a button that says set, and that will set whatever you have selected currently. That will be set to these values. He lost 100 pounds via keto before getting off it. No, it's fine. Like there's nothing you can do. Like that's the thing. It's fine once you get through the first couple of weeks. It just sucks. Like that's just how it is. But after you're through that, it's fine. So it just needs to suck for a while. My metabolism is like super low, so it takes a really long time for me to get through it. Last time it was like a month at least. But I mean, we're getting stuff done a little bit. So it's only been this week that was really this bad, I think. Well, no, last week was bad too. Is it like being sore after a good exercise? I mean, it varies, but I don't know how to explain it. It's like if you have joint pain. Like, that's what I have in my feet. And you can't stretch it, you can't massage it, you can't do anything. It's you just have joint pain in your feet. And there's just nothing you can do right now. And it also just makes you tired. Get headaches. Oops, go weird. Well, that's just how it is. I would go, yeah, dude, it's every single night. Like, I wake up at 4 to 5 a.m. every single night. And I just have to get up and just, like, walk around for a bit. Take some aspirin or something. I had this before I started Carnivore, but then I felt like it was for different reasons. Like me being fat and like eating sugar all the time and sitting around and doing nothing. But then I could manage it by having like socks on while I was sleeping, but now it doesn't help. Yeah, that's what I meant. It's just it's just annoying to say ibuprofen. Yeah, that's what I have. We call them Ipren. Okay. Let's try focusing. So what we need is, let's go into... should we set it as a button? Let's see. Door button. This one should be set... selected numbers button. I don't know what to name it. But it's not done there. We also need UI, input field, text mesh pro, there, put it, that, stupid, building number input field, floor number input field, documentation on the code. I mean, none of it is gonna really help you, because I'm mostly just sitting there like every single day. But otherwise, not really. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Some days you do a lot, and some days it's just like you're just sitting there. Like this whole week, every single stream has just been me just like staring at it, because I just haven't been able to solve that thing that we solved today. So, but like if you wanted to use all this code somehow or learn from it, You would have to go through a lot of streams to piece it together and figure out how things work. And it's not like it's meant to be open source or something. I lurk often. I see some lurkers now and then. That's fine though. People don't have to talk. I wish I was enjoying my progress. We're so close. We're so close now. We're so close. Like, we could literally be doing gameplay mechanics next week if we're lucky. If we're lucky. Because this is like what we're doing now, this is easy. It's just tedious. But this is my to-do list. It's got 2 things. But this one is annoying. Add multiple controlled objects to check for building transparency. But I don't think it's actually that hard. Because all I really need to do is, instead of having player character, right? We have a player character list. And then every single place in the code where I check like character position, then it has to check, it has to just like loop through and check all the positions. And that's it, really. Yeah, it's I don't think it's hard. Like, unless something crops up that makes it hard. Like, oh, I have to rewrite half of this code now because this just doesn't work. It shouldn't be hard. I mean, the real difficulty is that I'm like always semi-sick, so it's hard to focus. We're almost there. Yeah. So it shouldn't be an issue. But there are still a lot of places. Like, I have one check that's player indoors. That's a bool. Player indoors. But it can't be like that anymore. Because I was just watching one of your streams for 6 months ago when you were learning delegates. It's going well. I mean, I managed to multi-thread the thing that I needed to multi-thread, so I mean that's pretty much solved. And we're almost done, more or less, with all this annoying bullshit. And then I can finally start programming game mechanics for us. Player indoors should be per building. It could be. It could be. Because the way it works right now is that I check the tiles. And that's how it works. Like, I go through each tile, or each tile... I loop through the tiles X and Y, right? And then for every X that I loop through the entire Z, but up and from the top and down. And then I determine what to set the render state to be. Like, is this transparent, or is this, you know? And each tile, it's not that there's like a building class, but rather there's metadata in the tile itself. So then it checks the tile and it sees this is building number 3. And then it says, okay, is the player indoors? Yes, no. And then if the player is indoors, then we can check, is the player inside building number 3? Because we know that this is like this tile is in building number 3. And if we are inside building number 3, then we check, is this tile like a horizontal wall that's below the player? Yes. Then we make it transparent. If it's behind the player, then we keep it opaque. There's a roof above player. All roofs within that cluster become poofed. Yeah, I mean, it kind of works like that, but it doesn't check for clusters in that sense, because it just goes through each tile. It's not a great system, but it works. Like it's running at 300-400 FPS, so it's fine. But it could be better, for sure. In fact, no, that doesn't happen. This, let me explain. So what happens is we select here. This button says something blah blah blah, and it basically means that if I select this now, this is preset to be ground, this is floor, this is wall, this is roof, etc. So now if we just set that there, and then we select this, we paint it, now we have 2 floors here. Select the wall. We're painting some walls there. Really weird sounds from outside. Paint the roof. And then you have to select that, click door. So we have to set this as doors. At tile layer 2. Paint the thing there. Back to tile layer 1. There. So now we have 2 buildings here. And if I go into editor controller, we can do this. If I press O, we get a little debug here. And right now it's saying 255, 255, 255 wherever I put this. And that's because that tile is set to room ID 255. Room number 255 and building number 255, right? But if we go here and we press room checker, now it says 001. Here it says 100. Why does it say 1 there? Oh yeah, because that's the room ID. So now we have, this is building 0 and this is building 1. They both have 1 room, so they both have room 00 for the room number, or a floor number. And then you have a room ID, because we still need a list of rooms, right? So the rooms still have a unique ID that accesses in that room in the room list. even if the building itself has like an internal. I hope it shows. Thanks though. But and then you see like that's just how it works. But now if I place a character here, uh-oh. Whoa, shit. Whoa, 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 where am I? Whoa. There. Now if I go in here, the roof works. That roof works. I don't know why the roof works. But if I walk behind the building, then the roof is broken. I wonder if I can fix that. Why does the roof work when I'm in here? Also, why is it rendering improperly now? Oh, I know why. I haven't set the ground to count as ground. That's why it doesn't work. This needs to be ground. There. And now we click that and we draw that. Ooh. Still doesn't work. Where did this come from? But anyway, as you can see, when I go into this building, only this roof gets hidden. When I go into this building, only that roof gets hidden. Now this is a little bit like what you said. But when I walk behind a building, the idea was kind of that it'll hide any building that is like within a certain range of you, so that if you walk behind like a block of buildings, it'll hide the block instead of just having to go behind a building, behind a building, behind a building. Because otherwise it'll get weird if you're like walking around in a city or something. But why is it broken? Why does it work here? Like this counts as ground here. And there it works. Why does it work here? But it doesn't work here. But they're both ground. This is ground. Oh, I think I know why. Let's see. Yeah, I know why. I know why. It's not that big of an issue, thankfully. But like, if I click room checker here now it's broken everywhere? It's broken everywhere now? How does it work when I load, but it doesn't work? It's supposed to do this. Level stencil, init level stencil. That's supposed to happen. If room checker, it does all of this crap. Sort buildings, controller, height map, Controller level stencil. And then it does this. Level stencil. If check prefab, else main controller dot my compute shader, and it sets the level stencil there as level stencil. What? I mean, this is right. It does what it's supposed to do, right? So how can it work when I open the level? There it is. It's because I'm not setting the texel size, I think. Yep. And then we go to room checker. Like that. And we also need height map. How about now? Now if we place a character, it's broken. But what happens if we do room checker with no rooms? Still broken. Okay. Great. Cool. Oh, I see. Yeah. It's because I'm doing that. It needs to say controller.heightmap here. Now we're checking the level editor's height map when I'm trying to set this. That's an easy miss that I keep doing. How about now? work? Doesn't fucking work! Yeah, that's a herd. Sure. So what else am I doing here? Set texture, height map, height map. It's great. I love when things don't work. It's the best. Check wall slice. I mean, something is different. Everything here that says this needs to say controller here. But otherwise it should be exactly the same. Here we're just importing everything. We temp room list. And one thing I'm not doing is clearing the rooms and buildings, but it doesn't matter. Also, for some reason I have an array called poop here. Okay. Init detail texture. Let's see, we have some shared material crap that we're doing here. Let's get rid of that finally. Same here, really. We don't use that anymore, it's just in the way. We're setting the height map. Yeah. What about that? No, that shouldn't matter. Sure, let's add a repaint equals true. It's really weird. I don't really get why it doesn't work. Let's make sure we select ground there. Paint that out. P, no O. See, it's counting as none right now. Is my ground button bugged? It could be. Let's take a look. That might be the issue too. So if we go to tile sets, ground button. Here it says tile type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks fine. We pick this and we use the pencil, draw it. Now it says none. That's nothing. Click full ground. Oh, now it says ground. Now it says none. 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 Okay, so it's the bucket that's bugged. Wait. Let's see. Let's go into here. We check. Yeah. I haven't fixed this. It's setting the tile type override to be red, or to be set in the pencil itself. And that means that the bucket doesn't get access to it. But I'm pretty sure I changed it to be something here. Let's see. If tile type override equals -1, then tile type override. Okay, let's go to here. That's not a thing. This will be the last thing we do today, but... Public int tile type override. Tile type override equals -1 maybe. Maybe we can start there. Nah, we set it by default in the inspector. And then we go into the editor pencil tool. And here it says if tile type override. Here we add level editor. There, then we remove that. Does that cause any errors? Look like it. And in the fill tool, we do the same thing. Tile type. Gonna be level editor dot override. That way, instead of it being tied to the pencil and the tool, it's just tied to the level editor. Then we need to find button again. And instead of setting it there, we set it there. That should do it. There it says ground, floor, ground, floor. Bucket now says floor, ground, frontal wall. I also want to point out that I am using undoing and redoing. I am very, very proud of my undoing and redoing. It actually works really well. So now we can set this as ground. We can pop down Aria. Again, she goes way off screen there. And now it doesn't work now. But now when we go in here and we find this, this is also something I need to make a button for, the room checker. Now it works. Now it works. And the reason for that is for the feet to draw properly, I have made it check if whatever is below us when we're standing here, if that is a wall, then the wall will get drawn above. But if it's a ground tile, it won't. But this means that it needs to be able to check against something, and I don't update that every single time I draw something. I think I could technically, but I don't. But what I do is, once I click the room checker button, or when I load or whatever, I take the entire level and I jam it into a texture, and I just put it on the GPU, and then it can just read against that, and it can check for a bunch of different variables. Fine. So now that works. But I think we'll leave it there. That'll be that for today. Ugh. What will the game mechanics be like? It's a tactics RPG, so it's gonna be turn-based, tile-based, and you take turns and you move around just like it's in XCOM or Tactics Ogre or Final Fantasy Tactics or whatever. But that's the basic part of it. We still want it to be more than that. We don't want it to be Final Fantasy where it's like you have attack and you have blue attack that costs MP, right? Like we want to do more than that. We don't want the gameplay to just be go in, press attack, and then there's like a little bit of positioning, I guess. Some guy can shoot up with a bow or something like. What we want to do is we want to have characters that fill roles, and you have like a kit that the character has that interacts with other characters, so there's some synergy going and stuff like that. I mean, we haven't really fleshed it out entirely yet. We do know what we want, but we need to start playtesting, which is why this is so important to get done. But we have a bunch of ideas. And, but otherwise it's meant to be kind of like Baldur's Gate, where you can walk around and explore in town, and then there are more scripted encounters where it's team-based tactical combat. But yeah, I'll be back in maybe 2 hours or something, and we'll try doing some more voxel engine code. Are you 2 people? No, we're like 12 people. You can follow the Bickering Bunch on YouTube for some updates. We have a website in the works, but it still has some bugs. And our other programmer hasn't had time to fix them all. We're launching some minis too. Like we have a tabletop figure game in the works as well. The rules aren't done yet, but we've got some models in the works. I don't know if he's showed any. We can do this as well. It's not really the game's official Discord server, but that's Kib's. It's Kib's project. That's Kib's gaming community Discord server, and there's a channel there for the game. So that's like the best place to look at what he's doing. He writes a lot of like lore updates and maps and whatnot there. But I'm gonna go make food and I'll be back in a bit. So until then, thanks for hanging. I'll see you around. Bye bye.